This app, I swear. I have to reopen it. It's being ridiculous. There we go. Okay. That's better. Alright, everybody. Sorry about that. I realized I had part of the title wrong and I had to go back and change it. I didn't want to forget to change it on the VOD, so I was like, we'll just restart. We only been live for 7 seconds. It's fine. So, we are back. Happy Tuesday, everybody. At least I think it's Tuesday. If it's not, please correct me. We are picking back up where we left off, working on our needle felting magnet friends here. This is our second one that we are working on. The first one I was extremely nervous to do because it was the first one. And it was sort of a prototype for an idea I wasn't sure it was going to pan out. But you know what? It came out pretty good. This was the first one. We followed the Bob Ross Joy of Painting tutorial from season 31, episode 1 for this one. So I figured why not keep that going with episode 2 from the same season, and we'll see how that pans out. It is quite a bit difficult working tiny with Bob because he works on such a large scale. What is it, 18 by 24, I think. So it can be kind of difficult to scale that down super tiny. We're doing our best, especially since we're not using paint, we're needle felting, so that makes it a little bit trickier. Alright, so the link just went in the chat for the tutorial itself. That will take you to the Bob Ross YouTube page, and it should take you to the appropriate link. If it doesn't, by all means let me know. I think my sweater's coming unraveled. There's a string hanging out of it. That's not good. I'm gonna have to tack that back in place. Alright, so yeah, we left off after well, actually we weren't quite done because I can still see some blue from our river poking through our snow. So I think we're gonna put a little bit more snow in just to try to cover up the river poking through there a bit. Let me get my white. I am using acrylic yarn for this instead of roving. You're more than welcome to use roving. The acrylic yarn just fit my budget way better. So that's what we are going with. Is this too dark? I forgot I had lowered the brightness on the other camera. Trying to see if it looks, I think it looks, is that too harsh though? See if there's a difference. Didn't really notice much of a difference there. We'll go with that one. It's a little bit easier on my eyes at least. Alright, so we have our finger protectors on. I've got my little cup of water here. You don't have to have the water. I just find it helps when it comes time to shape whatever fiber you're using to get it to cooperate a little bit better. So I don't normally go super gung-ho on water unless I know it's taking up like 2/3 of the bottom. I usually just fill in the water in the places that I'm sure that it's going in. I usually trace out the area and then fill just that area. But since these guys are small, I was like, it should be okay. I do find it a little bit easier to not do that, especially when it comes time to filling in whatever colors are around it. So I think the next one we do, I will just kind of sketch in where that water should go. And if it overlaps a tiny bit, it overlaps. That's fine. But this whole section of trying to cover up the blue entirely has been a little bit of a trial. Like, it's not anything we can't work around. It's just a bit of a pain. So it might be hard to tell because I am a little bit zoomed in today. We are working on a 3" by 3" area, roughly. Like the 3" by 3" is out here. So it's going to actually be slightly smaller. Slightly. Ever so slightly smaller. Because eventually we're going to trim off this excess that we've got flopping about the edges here so it can fit onto our magnet backing, which is going to be this guy. This is what the backing was on our other one. So you can see here, this is it painted. I did gesso these ones, but we had to add 4 extra sticks on there because I had to change how I originally planned on making the frame. And the 4 extra ones I didn't gesso. And you can't really tell which ones were gessoed and which ones weren't. I mean, I know, but there's not really a difference by just, you know, quick look at it. So I don't think I'm gonna gesso the other ones here. I think we're just gonna go for it and see how they come out. They might look a little bit better, to be perfectly honest. Alright, so I'm just gonna brush down the back there. Alright, so on this side, I kind of feel like I need just a little bit more along our edge here. Like, I don't want to spend all day on this guy. The last one took us 2 sessions. This one might take us 2.5 to 3. We'll see. I'm not quite sure how today's gonna go. We'll just have to see where today takes us. And I did realize I'm gonna make a slight change to what we were working on yesterday when it comes time for us to work on the background next week. The more I was looking at it, it felt a little top heavy, so I'm gonna add 2 mosaic flower tiles to the bottom, like to kind of anchor the corner, sort of, as best as we can. But we'll see about that. This side has been cranky with sorry, I had a really long arm hair here that's like catching the light, and I'm like, why do you look blonde? It's definitely attached. It's definitely mine. The little things that distract my brain out of nowhere. I got a little bit of video editing done last night and this morning. So I have about a half an hour left of video on episode 14, or session 14, from the one speed felt. So that means I've got one more full live stream to edit down and a half hour of the second to last one. So I've definitely made some progress on that. I got a bit more paper twisted last night. Thing is, I don't know if I have enough of this color yet. Like, I might, but I'm just not sure. So I'm like, oh, do I twist more of this color or not? I might twist a little bit more of it tonight, just to be sure, before I start working on twisting the next color that I'm gonna need. But I also am like, I'm having like a little war with myself, because I'm like, but what if you have enough? And now you're sitting here wasting time twisting a color that you didn't need more of. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't know if this is enough. I don't know if that's enough to finish. I have to finish. I really don't think it is. I have to finish the front of the canvas for that color. And that's probably going to take a good third of what's there. I really don't think I have enough. I've been struggling with my brain over that, because I don't really know how much I need of a color, because it really depends on the size of the paper. On the size of the paper twist, and since I didn't cut them all 100% the same size, it's a little difficult. I can't do any kind of intricate math to figure that out. If there even is math for that. I'm sure there is somewhere, but not any kind of math my brain can handle, so we're just gonna wing it as best as we can. What on earth is that? Why does that sound like a delivery truck? It shouldn't be a delivery truck. I can't see out front. It could be a trash truck. It might be the one business's trash day that's near us. We've got a church on one side, but I think their trash got picked up yesterday. We've got a daycare a couple doors down. Do we think that's enough now? I don't know, because now that looks better than the corner. Like, I'm anxious to move on to the next color, but in the tissue paper project, but I'm fairly certain the rational side of my brain is like, let's just do a few more. I'm like, yeah, but I can always do more of this color on Thursday, because I know I'm not going to get very far on Thursday. Because we have some life we have to do on Thursday, I think. No snowstorm coming in this week. Like, I keep seeing all these, like, YouTube weather people that just do that. Like, that's their channel. And, these, like, sensational headlines and, like, big swaths of the country. Oh, big storm coming, blah, blah, blah. Our local, like, our area will be in this graphic that they've made, and I'm looking at our local news, and not even supposed to, like, rain. And I'm just like, yeah, but people that are from here aren't saying anything about that. Like, not even a remote possibility. There's like no precipitation chances, whatever, for like the next 10 days. So I don't know what you're looking at. But you and them seem to be looking at two very different things. That or, you know, the local TV station is just trying not to get people too ramped up, because then if they're wrong, you know, it's pitchforks and torches. Kind of had my fill of snow now for the season. I mean, I know we need it, so we need something. We need rain, we need more snow, we need something. So we're not in drought this summer, but it's been kind of a dry winter so far. Like, we haven't even really had that much rain. I think we in our area had about 6 to 7 inches of snow. I don't think we quite got, like in some areas, it was probably like a good 6 inches. Maybe up on one of the mountain areas, they might have gotten 7, but I don't know. We still need a lot more than that to get us through the summer, that's for sure. Okay. Now, last week we decided that these trees that he put in, we were going to do in this midnight blue. So this is color number 337. They changed their labeling because some of the Simply Chunky from Paintbox has an SC next to it, and this one doesn't. And it was definitely a Simply Chunky yarn. They had that, or they had like the real fine, like Aran kind of one, and I'm like, well, it's chunky, so the strands will be thicker, so maybe I'll get more fluff off of that. I don't know if that was the right way of thinking, but that's just kind of, excuse me, where my brain went with it. So these, he did pine trees, right? These trees are hard for me on a good day, so I'm not real sure how I want to do these. Right now I'm just trying to thin out a middle trunk piece here. He's got 2 on this side. And one is kind of sitting in front of the other. But it's not like too crazy far out. Now I just have my finger here to keep this piece from getting completely swallowed up too soon. Not quite sure how I'm going to do this tree yet. You know what? I want this snip here. Alright, so I know our sides are a little crooked now, but it's fine. As long as we don't go over this outer line, we're good. Okay. Now, how do we want to do this? This is going to be a little difficult. Do we want to... How did he do this? Are they pointing up? Are they pointing? They're kind of pointing up. Don't know if this is gonna look right, but we're gonna try. We won't know until we try, right? So that's what we're gonna attempt. So this isn't the easiest to do. I was originally, you know what? This guy is so small. What if we... Oh, no. Alright, tell you what. Let go. I'm going to do this a slightly different way. Because I don't think I can pull that completely off. So, have it look even remotely right. We're going to change our tree a little bit. Because we can. Nowhere does it have to be identical to Bob's. So it kind of just filled in right on top of what we've already done. Okay. So I'm going to start at the top here. Or I'm going to move to the top. We technically already started at the bottom. Alright, let's see if we can kind of try to pull this off here. Alright, that did not do what I wanted it to do at all. Like, not at all. That's okay. Like I said, it's not going to look identical to Bob's tree. Like, it's just probably not. Although this thing is looking more and more thick here. So maybe we should just kind of go back to my thin piece. One of those, oh, trust the process moments, but you're like, I don't know about this. There's no real process for this, especially being so tiny. Like I'm just making a mess. It's just gonna look like a blob of blue, and now I'm starting to have severe regrets. So let's try to work on the other side of the tree now. See if we can turn this guy around. We might be able to. Okay, so how far out? I really want that to go. That's the question. Can we even see what I'm doing? We can kind of see what I'm doing. Kind of. Alright. So, little by little, though we have to highlight this tree later, and that I'm kind of all sorts of, I don't know. We'll have to see. That's why I tend to hold the tail down. Then it just gets sucked in willy-nilly. And we kind of lose all sorts of any sort of control over the situation. So it's starting to get a little heavy on this side, right? But then I was like, well, wait, there's going to be another tree coming in on that side. So maybe we don't go too heavy over there. And I might have to make this a little bit bigger. Like I might have to extend this tree or something here. So this just... It's like sucking in all of the surrounding area. It's like pulling it tight, which it does. I mean, needle felting is going to do that. So at this point, I'm thinking I should have just made a bigger version of these trees. Wasn't really quite sure how I wanted to approach these guys. And we were getting started this morning. It's just gonna kind of look like a blue blob by the time we're done. Oh, bother. Can't win, right? Oh well. It's our first time trying to do trees this tiny of this type, so we'll get it figured out. Trial and error. Right? We can't be too hard on ourselves. I mean, obviously we can, but we need to not do that. I mean, we're working in a 3-inch, within the boundaries of a 3-inch square. We have to take that into account here. Bless you. We will see. Alright. Sorry, husband's got a head cold, so I wasn't quick enough to mute. Alright. Got another little blank spot in there. See what I can do with the other one. So there's gonna be 2 in here. Oh, and there's Cow. I don't think the mic picked him up though. I don't think he's quite loud enough. He's on the other side of the room. Not sure what he's meowing at. I don't know if he's meowing at the husband. If he's just meowing to meow. Or if he's meowing at the bird feeder. I think he's just meowing. Although that's more P-But's MO. To meow just for the sake of hearing himself meow. I mean, it kind of looks like a tree. Kinda. Alright, other tree. Kinda, sort of. Drifts off the edge here, so this guy is kinda up to the tippy top. Alright, so the brown things are finger protectors. Finger coats. They're like fake leather things. Or at least judging on the price of my toolkit that they came with, I'm imagining they're like fake leather things. You can still hurt yourself through them, but it's not like as bad as it could be. So I still recommend having them, and sometimes you just glance off of it. Other times you can go through them, unless I'm just talented. Maybe you're not really supposed to be able to poke through them, but I do, so it happens. At least for me. And my cricket ash tree, but that's okay. I'm gonna get a little bit more fluff. Again, whatever fiber you're comfortable using. Or can use, because I know some people have allergies to the wool. My budget's allergic to roving, so we go with the acrylic yarn. And yeah, the acrylic yarn is expensive in its own right, but sometimes you can find some nice sales. That might be too thin, but we'll see. And then you've got quite a bit of roving to last, or yarn to last you for a while. Alright, let's see. If we can pull this off here. I wanted you to give me a warning. I mean, it's kind of there. I mean, we kind of lost the little tippy top of our tree. So that's one of the tricky parts with working small. Is that if you've got your fiber too thin, kind of just vanishes into the background. So it's probably not going to really be a stellar pine tree. But we can do something here. Do want to get that guy filled in a bit. Pretty loud trucks that just went by. Okay. Alright, so I'm just kind of scraping some of the fiber outward there a little bit. Trying to, at least. Alright. So let's see what we can do here. Might cover up the other tree just a little. And that's okay if it does, because these guys are kind of overlapping each other a little bit. So, I mean, if that happens, it happens. Alright. I mean, we kind of have a little dark blue blobby in there. Alright. So, get this guy kind of worked into there. So for those that might be new stopping in, I have the tutorial paused quite a bit because I can't work anywhere near as fast as Bob while needle felting. I do have the subtitles on it, but it might be too small to read. The link to the tutorial in full on the Bob Ross YouTube channel is in the chat. It should be pinned. And we're basically trying to make another one of these guys. That was the first one that we've made there. Our first attempt at this. It didn't come out too bad. This one started out okay. These pine trees are... or pine tree substitutes that we're making. Giving me a little bit of trouble here. I've got to add 2 more of these. I might do a slightly different tree. I might try to do another set of our like our teardroppy trees that we did in the background, maybe. Working this small, they're a little bit easier to do. We are doing this approximately just under 3 inches because our magnet back is about 3 inches. So we're trying to make it to fit in here. We need a little bit more tree foliage worked in here. Just a bit. As best as we can. All right. Okay. That kind of popped into there. That was just kind of a tiny tail that was left. I still think this needs a bit more foliage on the one side. Kind of just looks like a really tiny cornstalk, but let's see. This is just a little bit of water. Not putting much water on my hands, like a drop off of the end of my finger. Just, it helps me shape my fluff a little bit better. Especially this time of year, my hands are not usually frictiony enough to help get anything going there. Alright, so what's everybody up to today? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing alright? How is this Tuesday treating you? Hopefully this Tuesday is treating you okay. That might be the best I can do, working the small on those two with them shaped like that. I think the other ones we're going to shape a little bit differently. Oh, you know what? Where'd that? It's right here still. So he's got a little bit of a shadow. Kinda on the edge here of our frozen, potentially frozen bit of water here. Get those kind of popped into there. Just kind of gonna give everything a good once over. So there aren't like weird bits of like snow sticking up oddly. Okay. Gonna try to do this. I don't know how well it's gonna come out. We're gonna try. I've got a little tiny wispy bit of fluff there. So he's got a little bit of like reflection-y bits here. I'm gonna kind of take over. Not what I really wanted it to do, but we're gonna give it a go. I don't want it real tight, but see what we can make happen here. Hoping it doesn't make it too busy. Okay. This piece is gonna be better for that. Maybe. Let's see here. Bitter, sweet apartment. We are gonna need to report you. If we can type. Block. Oh, good. You made that account yesterday. And they still haven't joined that account. Fascinating. Either nobody's reporting it, or the action was to put a restriction on it. So I'm trying to take this straight down. Anybody that's kind of worked with fluff, trying to do a straight line, man, is not the easiest thing. It really isn't. Let's see, is that enough? I've got another hill that kind of comes into here. We might need just a teeny bit more of this. So anyway, those of you that are not bots, I hope your day is going well. I mean, the good bots, they're fine. They can stay. The bots that are going to come in here and start posting nonsense, though, those can kind of go. With all due respect, those can fuck off. Okay, now this other side's got a little bit of the same thing happening here. So let's see if I can get this piece worked into here. As best as we can. Get a little bit of our shadow in place. The edge of our snowbank here. Right there, kind of where the water and the snow are going to join up. Alright, we still have a couple trees we have to put back in here, but before we quite get that far, see what we can do here. Like I said, this part's probably the trickiest, aside from those trees, at the moment. It's like we don't want it super long. I don't want it super thick either. Alright. So I'm going to take this around the edge here as best as we can. That is not easy working this small with fluff. At least not for me. Just trying to make sure that I was cutting the fluff we were trying to put down and not anything else that shouldn't have been getting cut. I don't even think Yeah, that really wasn't visible. So I'm gonna need to get another bit of fluff here. I'm gonna trim that. Kind of feel like I'm making these a little too long here. I think some of this at the bottom ends up getting covered up, if I'm remembering correctly. We kind of looked at a quick peek of it. We do know there's a cabin that's going to be coming in here shortly. Okay, let me see. What are we at time-wise on this guy? Where are we? We're at 12:03. Okay, this side doesn't really. Alright. Just wanted to see. What we had in store for us. Okay. Like we don't need all of this here. We'll use a little bit of it. Just a little. And I just want to come back in and kind of stab through all of that. Just make sure everybody's attached. But sometimes these little tiny fine hairs, they can be a little problematic getting everybody attached. You'll get there eventually, but sometimes these little guys require a little extra attention. Just to try to get them to cooperate a bit. It feels like I've got a piece of fuzz tapping me in the forehead. And I can't find it. Every time I stick my hand up there to grab it, there ain't nothing there. Okay. So we need to figure out these trees back here. He's got 2 of them, right? I kind of, like I said, I kind of just want to do a different tree. Because these guys are a pain this small. They just are. How big are these? Okay, these guys kind of... One goes to the very top, and the other one is just under the top. Alright, so this might not be the best way to go about this, but how close to the water are you? I'm gonna put you about here. Right, so we'll see how this guy kind of pans out here. I need him a little bit fluffy. To be able to have something there to highlight. I'm going to take my snippies here and get pretty close to the surface of our project and just kind of trim that down. We need something there that we can highlight. I do have a tiny bit of background kind of poking through there in a kind of inconvenient place, so I'm gonna go ahead and fill that in. And that actually probably came out a little bit better than the other two trees, but you know what? That's okay. Right? Alright. I didn't add any shadow runoff on the tree yet. He kind of used the same color as the tree. It was a little bit later. I have a different color I'm going to do for that. Alright, so there's the one. Alright. So let's see, we need to get another tree going here. They're about the same length. Like they both cut off around the same area. This one goes a little bit taller though. Not much. It's going to be touching just the top edge. Okay. How far over are we? This one's kind of over a bit further. Kind of don't want to completely get rid of that tree in the background though. Yeah, I think next time we might just go with these like kind of our teardrop shaped tree, but not exactly a teardrop shape. Kind of like the old school triangle trees, simple. My finger is just lightly resting on this wad of fluff at the bottom of our tree here. It's there if the needle needs it, but I don't want to just let it go and have it eat all of the fluff. I don't really think it needs all of it. Alright, and this guy doesn't really need to be too much longer than its friend here. His friend still has some background shining through there, which I didn't really want it to do. So I'm probably going to need to still do something about that. Alright. Just making sure we're good attached in there. Take that bit of fluff off of this piece, I think. There's cow. That truck got picked up. Everybody likes to rev their engines when they go past our house. No idea why. We're not really on a hill. No real reason for it. Alright, so I'm just going to try to fill in that bit where the background was kind of being stubborn about staying in the background. So this guy is a little distorted. That's okay, because I've actually come over a little bit further than I needed to here. So doing that made me realize we've got a little bit of extra fluffy strings hanging out over here. I'm gonna turn our mat just so I'm kind of not stabbing the same place continually. I don't necessarily know that we're done with this color yet, so I'm going to stick that back in the bag and set that to the side. And we are going to pop the tutorial into play and see what's next. So he's doing that kind of shadowy reflection thingy going on there. Alright. Okay, Bob. There's enough of that. Okay. So he's back into the white. I think he's just kind of cleaning up his ground there. Adding a little bit more of snowdrift maybe coming out onto this ice area. Frozen water. Alright, so now what are we doing, Bob? Oh, okay. So we are adding that other piece of... Oh, he went right to the edge. I thought there was a gap in there. Excuse me. There was not. Okay, so we need the white back. Alright then. So he's gonna kind of shape his water there a little bit. Okay. Fascinating. Alright, so I did not pre-sketch this, so I don't have a sketch to work off of on this. Oh, he's upside down. I thought that looked strange. So I don't really have a sketch to be referencing. We usually do a sketch, but these guys are so small. Alright, a little bit of water. And if you accidentally drop a little bit of water on your thing, it's fluff fiber, it'll dry. It's not gonna hurt it. You're good. Alright, so now let's see how we want to shape this guy. So I'm gonna make sure I'm over edge there. Like this edge here is gonna get trimmed down, more than likely. Or I might just leave it as long as it fits on the square. Some of it will get cut off, and that's fine. How far over did we come, Bob? Alright, so we can actually come over as far as we really want to. Really do what we want here. Alright. I'm just kind of using that piece of fluff as my figure out what we're gonna do with this kind of bit of yarn there. So I'm just using acrylic yarn. Nothing really special about it. The one brand I'm using is from Paintbox. Simply Chunky. Did you hay the pigs? One second, guys. He's not in here. That must have been what I heard. I'm like sitting here talking to him. I didn't even realize he got up. I thought he was ignoring me. Half the time he does ignore me because he thinks I'm talking on stream. I didn't hear him get up. Alright, so we're gonna do that bottom corner down there in our snowy white color. Probably could have started, or should have started at 10 today, but I was trying to get some video editing done. So I feel bad. I still owe you guys 3 speed felts. I want to get that raw video off of my one hard drive, so the only way to do it is to get that stuff edited. I deleted some old projects off of there that I'm not working on anymore. Because it's okay if those videos go away. Although I don't really have anything backed up from the YouTube channel. I don't even know if I still have the raw file. Well, no, I don't have the raw file. I don't know if I still have a copy of Just Dance or not. I'm not even using the same editing software anymore. I don't even know if I could pull that off again. I'm not sure that I could. Because the editing software I have now, I haven't really seen a whole lot of effects that are similar. But to be perfectly honest, I really don't want to do that again. That video took me months of editing. I didn't have a whole lot of time to work on editing it because I was back at work. I think I had started working on that when I got laid off. And then they rehired me a couple months later because my boss is mad that they've laid me off to begin with. My immediate boss. He wasn't in control of hiring for the entire casino. He was just in control, or supposedly in control of our department, but apparently the layoffs came from HR, and he's like, no, that name wasn't supposed to be on the list. So I guess he had some kind of recommendation for, or suggestions for who he could afford to lose, and it wasn't like I was getting paid that much at the time. It might have still been under $10 an hour at that point. I forget how much I was making by the time I left there. It wasn't much for what I was doing. At least it didn't feel like much. You'd think that you'd be making bank working at the casino. Not the case. Definitely not the case. I still get, like, I still go back and look at the comments on that at times on the Just Dance video, and so many people, like, gave me so much shit. Why isn't this race in this video? Why isn't this race in this video? Because the video was made before that expansion came out and that race was added to the game. And it wasn't a accessible race that I could do anything with at the time. That's why. I'm like, guys, did you look up what year and what month the expansion came out that you're referring to? And when the video went live? It's not like those things take 5 minutes to make. My God. Ed, what are you doing? Don't disturb any wires down there, buddy, okay? Of all the windows you can look out in this house, it does not need to be that window at this very moment. So I think I am gonna go and check on the husband since he's not feeling well. We could use a stretch break right now. Anyway, I will be right back in just a minute. So go ahead and refresh your snacks, and I'll be back as soon as I can. Alright, sorry about that. Just making sure he was okay. With him not feeling well, so. Highly unlikely it's COVID. We're pretty sure it's just a head cold. Alright. So I'm gonna work on finishing up with this bottom chunk of snow, and then I have to figure out what I want to do in that section, but one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Alrighty. Now, I don't know if we're going to be finishing the sky today. It really depends. Although the fact that it's 12:30 and we're still stabbing, probably not. Like, I didn't even pull the glue gun out because I wasn't sure if we were going to get that far today. It's not like I have to go hunting for it. It's in a drawer right next to me. We'll see how far we get. We could go a little late if I'm close enough to finishing. But we'll see. Like, if I think we'll be done in like 15 more minutes when we get towards the end, then we'll go a little late. If not, then we'll just pick it back up where we left off next week. Had you taken care of them? Oh. Alright. So I'm just gonna do a little skinny piece here. So we try to figure out the shape that this guy is gonna be. So I probably didn't need to do that shadow all the way into there. But that's okay. Let's see. Bob's kind of has this piece rounded a bit. Well, I probably came a little too far over, but that's alright. It'll be okay. We'll figure out where to go and what we want to do. And it's time to rotate this guy again. A little bit of water. Alrighty. So I've been posting progress shots on the blue sky. Oh, phone. Okay. Oh gosh. That kind of pulled the fiber in an interesting direction. That kind of opened up a thin section right in there. It's probably hard to see it on the camera. You can kind of see it where it's a slightly different color there. So I do need to come back in. This side's going to get a little bit hacked off, and a part of the bottom might get hacked off. We'll see. I haven't made up my mind. I'm gonna wait to cut the outer square off and then kind of see how everything's gonna sit on our square. So we might lose a little bit around the edges, but then our frame is also gonna come in and cover up some of it too. So we'll lose a little bit on those sides. I still have to paint those. I haven't painted them yet, which is why I'm saying we probably more than likely won't be done today. Because painting them and giving them a second to dry is going to take just a few minutes. There, so I'm just going to fill in there. And this felt is an older bit of felt. When I had first gotten interested in trying this, I just picked up a random pack of craft felt that seemed like it was a good size off of Amazon, and I still have it because I switched to using some more local craft felt that was a little closer in size to what I was doing after realizing the felt I had that I had gotten from Amazon was not exactly the size I needed. Oh gosh. We might not be going late today after all. My stomach is growling already. It's only 12:30. We'll have to see, stomach. We will have to see. Stomach will just have to cope for a while. I was one of the kids in school who had such a terrible time eating breakfast. Like, I couldn't eat and I couldn't wake up and immediately eat to get out the door for school. Everything I would try to eat would just like feel like paste in my mouth, and I just could not eat immediately upon waking up. It was horrible. Like, I needed to be awake for like an hour or so most of the time before I could actually eat anything. Even toast was a battle. And then by like that'd be like 6:30 in the morning, trying to shove something in my face to get out the door. But then by like 9:30, stomach was growling loudly in a quiet classroom. So embarrassing. It got to the point where I would be like hiding Cheez-Its in my pockets and trying to sneak them in class just to get my stomach to shut up, or like mints or anything. It was horrible. And then I always had like one of the latest lunches. I hated having the study hall in the cafeteria because it was so far away. But I also liked having study hall in the cafeteria because then I could like sneak a quick snack out of my backpack when we were down there. But it was so far from my next class. Like, cafeteria was like here, and then we had to go outdoors down a short hallway, and then like my next class would be like, it was like a Y shape, not really Y shape. Yeah, kind of like you'd like walk out here, go here, and then you're like met with this like semicircle hallway, and then like there's a wing going this way and a wing going that way, and I would have to go to the other wing, and it would be upstairs at the very end of the hallway, and I'm like, seriously, why is this necessary? Why can't we have study hall somewhere closer, like the library or something? At least that's on the second floor. Such a pain. If I end up doing a speed felt of this, I'm gonna go back and look at my hands and be like, what the hell was I talking about? Like, what am I even doing? Alright, we need to get our snow a little bit thicker there so we can still see some of our water in through there. And that's not really what I'm looking for. Oh my gosh. On my way back from checking on the husband, my eyes caught something on one of the windowsills, and one of the cats brought their toy mouse up there. No idea how long it's been sitting there, and I'm like, really? I know last night Snuffles was getting mad at one of the cats who was playing with one of their toys because they were making a bunch of noise. It was like one of those like plastic spring things. They go crazy for them. And they were sliding around with it under the husband's desk. It was making a racket, and I guess they got too close to the bottom of the bed. Because next thing we know, we heard her bark, and we're like, this dog doesn't bark. We cannot get her to bark on command. Like, we taught Zuzu speak, but she hardly barks. The only time she ever barks is when she's mad at the cats or mad at Zuzu, or we're at the park and she sees another dog that she doesn't know. That's like the only time we've heard this dog bark. Trying to teach her speak doesn't seem to be computing. That's probably... Well, I was gonna say it's probably pretty good, but then when I picked it up, kind of felt like we had a little bit more thin spot hanging there, but that's alright. Okay, so we got that in there. Let's go ahead and pick back up. Alright, so, oh no, he's gonna try to put this cabin in. So he's kind of scraping paint off to make a shape of a cabin. And now he's adding the paint. I have no idea what color I'm going to make this. He's putting the base of it in with, looks like Van Dyke Brown. So, I mean, I guess that's what we'll have to go with. This is going to be tiny. Alright, so then he takes sienna, Van Dyke Brown, and white. So that he can get kind of like a lighter mixture. He's gonna be a little messy with this one. Okay, so we did a little bit on that side. And he came back in with a little bit of Van Dyke Brown and was kind of making slats to make it look like wood beams. And he kind of pops a door in there. So this is definitely more of like a survival shack, unless it's very far in the distance. And then he just kind of slathered a roof on. Oh, that paint was kind of fighting him that day, or he was rushing. Alright, so he's kind of cleaning up the bottom edge. Oh, he's talking about putting a tree in. Oh no, we've got another tree? Bob. Is he really gonna put in another tree? Yes, he is. Oh, dang it, Bob. Okay, so that one kind of sits at... So it's hiding the rest of the structure. I think because the roof was giving him so much trouble. Because if you see, he comes over the roof there. But we have time for icicles. Bob, I think I might have to forego the icicles. Just because this is going to be such a tiny cabin. Nope. Okay, I was trying to find my pause button. Oh boy. Okay. I don't know about this. This is going to be quite the challenge here. Alright, so I need some dark brown. Alright, well, I don't specifically have a Van Dyke brown, but I do have a chocolate brown, and we need something on top of it for our snowy highlight. What do we want for this? How about we go with vanilla cream? We don't normally use vanilla. That doesn't look so bad. I say that now. We'll see how this ends up looking here as we get into it, but so I'm gonna see if we can get a piece that's a little bit longer than that so I can at least work out my outline of this thing. Oh gosh, where is this sitting anyway? It's kind of like off to the side. Yep, just got a little tiny drop of water on my fingers so we can try to get this worked out. That's just like a drop spread across all those fingers, just enough to get them damp. That was pulled too thin there. Okay. So we have to figure this out here. Alright. So our cabin placement's going to be a little different than his. All right. So I don't want to pull too tight. All right. So just trying to get the basic outline of this guy in here first. Give us a little bit something to work with. Now, I know that a good portion of this I'm going to end up losing to that tree, but that's okay. That is okay. Alright, so this thick section here, it's a little bit thicker than I really want it to be, but I also can't twist this too tall or too tight. Then the needle's not gonna have a good go of it here. Alright. So kind of have a basic shape here. That was a very loud car. So we're gonna get a little bit of water here. And see about coloring this guy in. You all right? All right. Get this filled in here. Now, it's probably not going to be like a perfect fill-in, but I'm going to try. It's going to take a little bit of fluff here. Get that worked into all of our spots. I can see that some of our section up here kind of thinned out a little. And that's okay, it's an easy fix. We just add more fluff on top of it. Not a big deal. We're not so overrun with fluff that we can't add more. It gets to a point where it's just too dense in there and you really can't get any more fluff in there, but As long as we're going slow. Feels like we can get a little bit more worked into there. This spot right in here is starting to get a little tough to stab through. Zuzu's getting Russell's legs dry from getting out of the shower by making them more wet. He likes licking the shower water off of Russell's legs. Crazy doggo. Okay. Alright, so fill in this side a little bit more. It's hard to see it, but I can see a little bit of our dark blue from our tree kind of poking through there. Oh, excuse me. Alright. Flip our mat here. We'll rotate it, really. Oh my god, my stomach. Why? Why are you growling so loud? Okay. He's trying to give you a flamingo. I don't know why he's trying to give you one of my flamingo slippers, but he's trying to. Alright. He's like got this obsession with my slippers. He doesn't chew on them. Not really. But he likes to carry them around and hand them to us. And be oh so excited about it.
Where's the hedge?
Is it even in here?
I don't know. Not up there, buddy.
Like, we even got him some extra toys for Christmas that he could carry around instead, but he keeps going back to those flamingo slippers. And they're like the size of him, almost. It's just ridiculously large for him to be holding. He is such a happy boy. He's been full of it today. He wants to go and explore things, and we can't really go explore things. He hasn't been able to go to his morning place for a few days now because of the snow. And now because the husband's not feeling well, so... That needs just a little bit more there at the bottom. You can kind of see our building taking shape here. Just a bit. Looks a little strange because we don't have the roof on it just yet, but we're working on it. Hopefully I'll still have enough give here to get that tree in there. We might. We will have to see about that. Okay. So we've got that kind of put into there. What? Do you want to get on the bed? Do you need help? You keep staring at Ed. Is Ed in your way? Oh my goodness. Things are here for our doggos. Get up on the bed. Come on. No, all the way. We're not going nowhere. Come on. Up, up. Up, up. Come on. Up. Oof. Oh, you wanted to be at her spot. Ed, you might want to move. It's just laying there right in the middle of all the dogs. And then looking mildly offended when they get close to him. Okay. I don't need this much. I really don't need this much. Alright, so I'm gonna pull out some of this vanilla cream. So we can try to get our weathered wood look going here. Alright, if we can attempt to pull that off. So I'm just kind of lightly scraping the surface here, just to try to move our fiber around a bit. I don't want to lose the edges of our building here either. I want to kind of hold on to those. I'm gonna have to figure out a door color. I think he just took some black to slather the door on in there. Okay, so we're just kind of moving our fluff around. Get that popped into the side of the building. I don't need to go too hard on that though, because that tree's gonna be making an appearance. Though I really think the tree was not planned, although it could have been. It could have been. Well, I don't know. Do we want the same color for our roof, or do we want to go with white? Probably go with white for the roof. Probably shouldn't have that shade of snow on the roof, although it looks pretty white until you get it like right up against the white. And in that size of a bit of fluff, it probably wouldn't be all that noticeable. Alright, so I see about getting piece figured out here for our roof line. Again, I don't want this soaking wet. It's just enough to try to get the fiber to cooperate a little bit so we can get it thinned out a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to move this guy over to about here. So I need to figure out the angle of our roof now. Again, I'm going to take it to the edge of where the rest of the fluff is hanging out. Just for simplicity. Part of this is going to get chopped off or hidden more than likely. And I need a little bit of our white here to kind of connect with that bit. So I can bring it down the edge of our front here. Alright, I'm gonna drag it back up through where we just came. And then we're gonna see about getting this side put in. Like I said, it's a little bit tougher working so small here. At this point, I'm just going to let the needle grab all of that just so we can get it popped in here. Alright, we're going to need to add a little bit more to that because that's not enough. Far from it. Far, far from it. Okay. I'm not going to be able to go super detailed on this because of its size, but I do think I want to try to put a door in on there. Alright. I got like a weird little separation guy there, but probably okay with that. Alright. So we got that guy in there. Alright, we need a door. We do need that. Maybe put the rest of our light fluff back in the bag. Doesn't get mixed with anybody else. Alright. So I'll probably just use black here for the door. I think he just used Van Dyke Brown, but it's fine. Like, this isn't going to be super, super detailed because of how tiny it is. It doesn't have to be a super perfect door here. All right. You know what? That's good enough. All right, I'm going to stick you back into there. I'm going to have to wait till we're done to get that bag put up. It's going to be a little bit of a struggle bus. Okay. So just got a little bit of water on the fingers here. All right. I'm not sure, did this tree go all the way up? It probably does. More than likely. I don't like have a whole ton of pressure sitting on this tree with my finger on the tree fluff. Just enough to keep it from getting all of it sucked in with the needle, because we don't need all of that. Okay, this outer edge of the tree isn't really going to get seen. Once we get everybody all figured out. Like, I might have to slap this over our piece here and like trim off anything that's a little extra hanging over once we get our initial extra bit of fluff removed. I've got a little piece here at the bottom. Looks like it wants to be stubborn. Okay.
For a second.
Alright. So I'm gonna stick that blue back into its bag here. I mean, we're not doing too bad, all things considered. Alright, let's see what Bob has in store for us next here. White, phthalo. White and phthalo. She's got a very light blue. Okay, and then he's going to highlight those trees. It's going to be a little tough for how we did our tree. Oh, I have no idea what I just did there. I made something angry. Hit some kind of button. Alright. Oh wait, he still has another. Oh, he added another. Oh no, we're not doing that. Oh, we didn't highlight those trees in the back. Is he going to? Hang on, I need to see. He might have forgotten to. So the trees I'm talking about are, let's see, is my mouse gonna show? Yeah, they're sitting right here. See how everybody else is highlighted? Those guys aren't. Huh. Interesting. Alright, well, I don't want to do those yet. So, we need to figure out what color highlight we're going to do here. I have, like, a sky blue, but while it looks similar to what he did, I think it might be too bright. No, I have this other color. And we haven't really used it yet. I don't think. I don't think we've used this color yet. Like, since I've had it. So, it's called Seafoam Blue. And it is a paint box, Simply Chunky color. See, like, right here, it just looks almost white. So I don't know if it's really gonna make a difference here, but we'll see. Like, I don't want to go too super crazy with this, since we're just kind of popping some bits of snow on it. That doesn't look too bad on there. We're gonna have some more shrubbies down in here, apparently. Coming next. So I have a feeling we'll be using a bit of this color. And I'm just kind of trying to work that in a little bit there. Alright, so I've got just a little bit of this left if I can hold on to it. Snow down here on this guy. Remember, if you're going to scrape some fiber, make sure you're not stabbing in and then pulling. You just want to be on the surface. Because if you stab in and then try to move the fluff, you're going to stab your needle. That's not going to work. Ooh, come back here. Okay. Getting a little bit more color into our mat here. That's gonna happen, right? So it just kind of looks like white, but when you get it like bunched up on top of itself, it's very much not. I'm just kind of grabbing some wispy bits here. Just to kind of get it spread out. If I have to come back in and add a little bit more, then we have to come back in and add a little bit more. Right, because sometimes when you go with the super thin stringy bits, it can kind of just fade off into the background there a bit. Like some of those did. So we'll get these guys kind of put into here, and I don't know if I should leave those alone, or maybe he comes back and hits them at the very end. Or maybe he's trying to just push them a little bit further back. Maybe he fixed it after the credits finished rolling. I don't know. Got like the smallest piece in my fingers. Having a hard time even feeling it. All right. Now, here's the question. Do we try to shove some snow on this other trio or duo here? I don't know. I think it's weird without it when the other ones have it. So maybe we just try to do a little something on there. It almost looks like they were forgotten. And we don't want to forget them. Like, it doesn't have to be a whole lot. Just a little something. Right? Alrighty. So we'll get these guys worked into there. Alright, that's not so bad. Okay, I'm gonna tuck that into that bag. I'm not gonna go too far with that though. I just don't want it laying about at the moment. Okay, so Bob is going to put some bushes in there and some bushes in there. Oh, he uses actual straight white on those ones. Oh. Oh. We still might use that fog color. Sea foam color, excuse me. Alright. So he kind of used the same color that he used on the trees for these shrubbies. So that's what we're gonna do too. Okay, so where are they sitting? They're kind of coming out from in front of our tree here. Sorry, somebody was stepping on the container that my feet are sitting on. And I didn't know who it was, and by the time I looked, they had already fucked off, so... Alright. So we're just gonna get our shrubbies in here. Alright. Oh, 1 second. Okay.
Should keep it one more time.
Yeah. Alright. So we've got our little hedge line here. I was kind of trying to just have it like be on that edge there, but I seem to keep missing filling that section in. So that's probably as good as that section's gonna get, because this guy is gonna be kind of sitting about. Oh, we might not even see much of that tree. Huh. Because if... kind of depends on how much of that is visible. Oh, right, we can't do that. Like, why isn't it going through? Technically, this guy should be sitting about here. We might get a little bit of it. We'll see. And if we don't have a lot of it there, then we don't have a lot of it there. That's just the way it's gonna go. All right. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can trim a little bit of that off. Fluff colors are getting a little unruly here. Okay. Now he kind of highlighted these guys with some white, but kind of afraid that that would just kind of blend it back into the snow, because it's not like straight white once he starts mixing that in with the colors that are already there, right? And I just want just the littlest bit here. Bless you. All right.
Yeah.
All right. This color is just being a little bit stubborn about getting tacked in here where I want it to go. That's probably about as good as that's gonna get. Okay, now we need a little bit more of our blue because he's gonna add, oh, he already did, I think. I think we already showed him adding those in. Got some little shrubby guys kind of hanging out here. Kind of on this bit of hill. Just kind of a little bit wild, a little bit scraggly. And it pulled my watercolor a little bit thin there. I'm going to need to add a little bit more of that in there. That is mildly annoying. I think it's more the felt that we're using than anything. The felt's very slippery where the fiber's kind of sliding all over on it. But we do have a fair bit of fluff kind of hanging out on there, so not overall surprised, but I do want to try to fill that in just a little bit. All right, that is a little thick. Where'd it go? Oh, I dropped it. Oh. Okay. All right, where's that little piece of... There it is. All right. I just don't want to get that put in there. All right, let me grab that other blue real quick. Okay, so see if we can get this added in without too much trouble. That's the question. Can we? Okay, so I thought I had seen where it looked a little thin in that spot earlier, but then I thought I was just kind of imagining it. But no, apparently I was actually seeing the brown of our underfelt kind of creeping up in there. I mean, it happens sometimes. That's kind of why I tend to go a little bit thick in places where it's like, why are you harping on that in that area? Because I have a feeling that it's gonna get silly later. Alright, that needs just a little bit more. And then we might be down to signing. These guys are so tiny though, it's kind of hard to sign them and have it be visible, so I'm just gonna sign the backs of them. On these ones, like the 8x10s, it was a little bit easier to sign it on the needle felted section itself. So we would sign it with our fiber. Right, and there's just a little spot in the very middle like right in here, and then there's a little spot over here that I want to do something with. All right. See if I can get that worked into there. Maybe we can. Maybe we can't. Without messing up too much of our little reflection-oo guys. Alright, so we'll get that into there. And there was a little spot over here where I was like, oh no. It looked like we're gonna have a little bit of the brown potentially being problematic. So I just kind of want to take care of that right now. Okay. Oh no, not all that bad. For how small we're working. Alright, let's see. What do you have in store for us next, Bob? Oh, so he did those. Okay. Added a little bit of snow there. He's just kind of fiddling now. He does a little bit of a water line, but if it's that cold, that water's frozen. I really don't want to do that on this one. Oh, he added a stick. I don't know if I want to. Like, I'm not trying to be lazy about it. I don't think it's really going to add anything. Oh, he did go back and kind of put something on there. Alright, and then he signed it. Okay. Like, I mean, I could put a stick coming up out of there, but I don't really think it's going to add much to it at this point. It might make it too busy with how small it is. So, I'm going to take these guys off. What time is it? Okay. So, let me see here. Let me unplug that. We've got enough of a charge going there. And let's see. Can I reach these without having to fully get up? Yes. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try to plug that guy in. And I'm gonna let him drip on that mouse pad. That's fine. That can get dripped upon. Okay. So, now. Not the lid I was looking for. This is the lid I was looking for. Okay. So we've got our chocolate brown here. I'm sorry, our dark chocolate. And paintbrush. For this, I was just kind of painting out of the lid. And I was kind of like, eh, why not? Okay. So I'm just gonna run a little bit of paint on our edges here. Get the edges started. Because I'm probably going to end up with paint on my fingers at some point working on this. Because it's me. I usually get some kind of paint on me. Yeah, so we might go a few minutes over today just to get this guy finished up. We'll see how long it takes for our paint to become dry enough to handle here. Like this wood is kind of thirsty, so it helps there to get this dry a little bit faster. But yeah, I don't think we really had to gesso this now that I'm watching this kind of soak in. Like we seem to be doing okay. Like you can see you can see where it's soaked in a little bit, but you can still see that there's paint there. The super thirsty wood takes multiple coats to get anywhere. I think I am gonna pop a little bit of this out. Maybe if I can get it open. There we go. Just that way I don't have to keep shaking the bottle. To get some more going in the lid. So this is a 3-inch unfinished wood square. I got a pack of them off Amazon. I actually don't remember how much the whole pack was. It wasn't bad for the amount that was in there, I remember that. Alright, there's like a small little line there where I had to stop to get the paint out of the bottle. I don't think it'll be too much of a issue though. Alright. Now I'm only gonna paint one side of this. Well, I might paint the edges of the interior, like the other side. Like I said, this would end with paint on me in one way or another. As long as I'm not pulling it off with my hands. But see, that's going on fairly well. And it's soaking in a little bit, but you know what? That's okay where it did soak in. Okay, so I'm not gonna fuss this too hard. I'm just gonna do a little bit around the edges here. Just in case there's any gaps with the wood backing showing through. Like, I'm not expecting there to be, but we all know me and trimming these things, disaster likes to strike, so just wanted a little bit of color there in case there are any gaps that show through. There shouldn't be. But we'll see. I don't have my pens out for what I'm gonna sign these with. Okay, that's not a big deal. I can grab them in a second. Okay, so I mean the back is still damp, but we're not like pulling paint off of it, so that's good. These guys, these are a little bit easier to get painted up because I can just kind of lay them on our multi-purpose lid here. And these guys, I can leave a little tiny bit on one of the ends. Unpainted for me to hold on to grip this guy a bit better. Yo, this dog snoring. Crazy. Sounds like my mom snoring. I really wish I was joking about that. Alright. Get that guy. I don't really need to do the nubby because the nubby's gonna get trimmed off here. Alright. You're just gonna hang out there. Alright, so we've got a few more of these guys. Let's get these painted on up. These paint up pretty well. Haven't really had too much issue so far, and these were just some basic ass wooden drink stirrers. Unfinished, of course. And I kind of just stumbled upon these. Like, I didn't start out looking for drink stirrers. They just kind of like popped up. And my brain was like, huh, we could do something with that. That's thin enough and like width that we could do something with that. And because I needed it thin enough in thickness to be able to cut it with either an X-Acto knife or a pair of scissors. And my one pair of scissors handled these pretty well. Although I think that pair of scissors is in the other room. We'll have to make do with these scissors that we have in front of us today. Right, so this lid is probably going to become the magnet frame lid so we can get the brown paint all over it and it just doesn't matter. You can see some of the gesso still on here from when I was gessoing them. But you know what? I don't think it really makes a difference now that now that I've seen these with the paint on it, with the gesso and without the gesso. I think it handled the paint a bit better without the gesso. I've had wood before though where it just soaked in so much of the paint, which is why on those those wood slices that we were oil painting on, those I needed to gesso. Because if I didn't, it was gonna just soak up all of the liquid white, and we weren't gonna get anywhere like that. That's for sure. All right. For a second, I was afraid I put too much down. Now I'm kind of thinking I put not enough. Oh, I still might have put too much. We'll see. Oh, I forgot. Hang on. Forgot I have got to turn my hand a different way when I go to mute now because I've got the glue gun plugged in. I brushed the top of it. I was like, oh, that's warm. So, like, right, we can't put our hand in that direction anymore. We got to go in a different direction. All right. I'm getting this guy painted up into here. Yeah, some of those might have gotten like 2 coats last week, but I don't know. I think I'm kind of preferring the 1 coat for the most part. I feel like it's giving it a little bit more of a picture frame texture. I was about to say a real wood look, but it is real wood, so never mind. My brain's just being silly. We might have enough paint down. Maybe. Alright. So, get this edge cleaned up a bit here. That's been like a little splintery in spots for these couple that I pulled out of the bag, but you know what? It's fine. It's not a super duper huge problem. And these are drying fairly quickly. Get this edge painted up here. All right. Okay, so there's that guy. I just don't want them sitting on top of each other. All right, so we got 3 more to go here. So we'll get this guy painted up here. Here we'll get the messy painting work done before we start trying to cut the edges off of our piece here. Oh, dang. The glue's in the other room. Shoot. Looks like I will need to go into the other room and grab that glue bottle. I mean, I do have more glue at my feet, but that one's open. And I don't really want to open a brand new glue. For the small amount that I'm going to need. Rather use a bottle that's open already. Because I still have a little bit in the other bottle. So I think I would like to use up that bottle before I start opening a new one. It's stuck on something. All right. So getting this guy edges done. I just want to make sure I'm coming back and cleaning up the sides after I do the edges. All right, just so there's not like any weird like bleed over. All right, so we're using the same color brown that we used on the last one. I wasn't sure if we should like do a color that kind of went with the yarn that we did or whatever, but husband's like, no, just go with the brown. So that's what we're gonna do. I actually might need to open that paint bottle again here. Don't know if I quite have enough. I mean, I might just have enough. Maybe. Alrighty. Let's make sure that this side's looking good. Okay. Alright, this one has a little bit of a light spot on it, but that might just be the way it's absorbing into the wood. Gives it a little bit more of a stained look, I guess. Okay, let me rinse this brush as good as I can. Jesus Christ. This dog, man. Alright. Put that up there. I'll be right back. I need to go and get my glue from the other room. Okay. Oh, right. I need my pen. And magnet piece. Okay. So. Gonna have like a tacky glue solid form to pull out of here by the time I'm done the tissue paper project. I'm not even sure how much glue is still in this bottle. Alright, so we're gonna need a bit of this. Because we're gonna use this to make our shadow box. Alright. So, I need one of my pens here. I definitely want one of the microns. These guys are okay, but these are not waterproof. So if we do like watercolor or something, that needs to go on top of it when we're done with the paint. And I know the odds of anyone seeing this side of it, slim to none. But I'm gonna side both sides. Okay. Alright, so we have our little flamingo footprint and our year. Oh, let me put that pen away so I don't lose it. Okay. So, now I can use a pencil for this part. So we're gonna figure out our long side here. Okay. Alright. So, technically, those two should be the same length. Alright. I brought the other scissors. These scissors are messed up to begin with, so I would rather use these guys. Alright, so that guy's gonna sit there. Where's my pencil? That goes actually a little bit. Well, okay. I was gonna say he looks a little bit long, but he might not actually be long. Okay. So
Could you mute for a second?
this guy. Right, this guy. That went flying. Okay. So that's our long sides. I mean, technically, they should all be the same length here for this section. I gotta do it on the outer edge, or should we? If we do it on the outer edge, might have an easier time. You know what? I think we have it right here. Duh. Okay, we did glue it to the outer edge. Okay. Alright, so these guys should all be the same length here for this part. Oh. Alright, and then that side. Alright, there's 3. Alright. We'll get this piece snapped off there. And then that piece. Okay. These are our outer edges. So I need my brush here. And we're going to take some of our tacky glue. And we're going to put this down the edge here. Now this stuff does dry clear. So we shouldn't have to be too concerned with any over spillage. Alright, I'm going to rinse my brush here. Just because it's going to be a minute. Alright, so you're going to want to just figure out which side is your better looking one, right? Okay, we're just gonna that's what you mean by actioning. No. What is this? The second one today? Third one? Right when I need my hands to be holding that. Try to post a link where people can buy viewers from, yes, Block. Yes, ban. That account was also created yesterday. Man, the accounts just keep getting whacked. And they just keep making new ones. Okay, so I'm gonna take a little bit of our hot glue here. If I can get it to come out. Alright, and I'm just gonna take a little bit of my scrap and just kind of run it down the side there. I'm gonna go back to pushing that in. So this side and this side and that side, we're gonna need to make a little bit longer. Not by very much. Just enough to meet the other corner there. So the hot glue was really there just to kind of help speed up the gripping of the tacky glue. Alright, so I'm gonna grab the tacky glue again. And we're gonna run that down this side here. So needless to say, we're far enough along today where we will be finishing this. I don't know if we'll be running a little bit over to get this guy wrapped up today or not. Kind of depends on how well the rest of this decides to cooperate. Oh, right. I already cut those. Oh, shit. Well, that might backfire slightly. Okay, so this guy, like, I don't want too much overhang on the back of it. Like, I need that to be pretty flush. Alright, so we're just gonna kind of hold that in place for a minute. As best we can. I guess that was the second one today. Alright. I need it to be as flush as it can be. I guess I could set that up there. Alright, so we're gonna grab our hot glue gun again. And I'm gonna grab my little scrap guy here. Just kind of smooth that. Try to get all of the glue strings out of there. Like, that glue gun's definitely hot because when I squeezed it out, it sizzled when it hit the wood here. That was a little intimidating, I will say. I was like, oh, oh my. Alright, so are you going to cooperate? They're like ever so slightly. Like, that piece is gonna sit on top. Alright, that's probably like as best as I'm gonna get on that. Or I wonder if I can ever so slightly might have been too much. Let go. Let's see. Can I get you in there? Yeah, kinda. Alright, we can add a little bit of paint to those corners like we did on the back one. Okay. So we'll get our tacky glue back out here. It might have just sizzled the tacky glue. I'm not entirely certain what exactly made the sizzly noise. That's an odd noise. There was like an odd, almost hollow thud that seemed to happen twice there. Not exactly in a row, but close enough. Buddy, you're gonna have to wait. You're a little early. I can't leave the glue gun plugged in. Susie's being fussy. I know what he wants, but I can't walk away to provide it for him right now. Okay. So let's see about getting this one worked into here as best as I can. Alright, so this guy. Oh yeah, it was bubbling the the hot glue. Or the tacky. Sorry, I was trying to get the bubble of hot glue off of this one. But it doesn't seem to want to do that. Alright. So, just gonna kind of let that hang out there a minute. I do need to put a little bit on these corners here. Just to kind of fill in those gaps there. And then we will touch that up a little bit of paint because we're going to have to touch up our corners too. And that's fine, like that's not unexpected. We had to do that on the other one too, so. Alright, our last piece here. What kind of adjustments do we need to make to you? Not really. We're pretty good there. Okay. Get a bit more of our tacky glue here. Now, if you're better at measuring and you can get your corners flush in there, you can go ahead and put a little bit of tacky glue on the end pieces too. I'm not super great at measuring. So I just kind of be like, okay, this is what we're doing now. Alright, rinse that brush. We still have to put some more tacky glue in the middle, but not worried about that just yet. Okay. So get this guy. Try to get him as flush as I can. Okay. Get our glue gun here. All right. Now it's okay if it's not like completely touching because our squares are rounded. Probably an oversight on my part, but we can work with that, right? Like, not a huge problem. Okay, so while we are waiting on the sides to kind of solidify up here, I'm gonna grab a little bit more of our paint. And just kind of touch up our edges here. I think on the other one, I might have taken a little bead of the tacky glue and kind of sort of ran it along the back edge. Sorry, I was really super nervous doing that. Get that in there. Quite like how I envisioned that going in there. Okay. There was a slight, tiny little gap there. That I kind of needed to fill in. All right. So I've kind of touched up those corners. Like, I don't really think we necessarily need the tiny bead of the tacky glue along the back edge, because we got the hot glue in there pretty good. Okay, now we need to get our fluff here. Now I'm gonna cut this down to where I see our outside edge. But our outside edge has gotten a bit distorted at this point. So this should be a wee bit interesting for what else we still need to remove here. Okay. So this side. Needs a bit of that edge pulled off. Oh wow. We might end up losing that entire bit of tree that we just last put in. Let's see here. How is that fitting in there? It needs just a sliver more. Alright, that stuff over there. Like, I still have to trim down the back. Alright, let's work on trimming the back down real quick. So this isn't like super fancy rocket science here. We are just literally snipping down the back section here. Like, I don't want to go too, like, we don't want to cut the back of it. We're just kind of getting some of the excess fuzz along the back of it, just kind of shaved down a little bit. It'll help it lay a bit flatter. Now you could probably use scissors for this. I have a slightly easier time using these guys. And these are just the scissor snip thingies that came in my toolkit. Probably more for like helping shape your critters and cleaning up their edges. Getting all the little flyaway guys. Like, this bit can be a little messy. You'll have a bit of fluff kind of everywhere. Alright, let's see. How are we fitting it in? Oh, you still need just a skosh. Of fluff from that side. This is hilarious. I keep removing this one song that keeps showing up. And they keep giving it back to me in my shuffle on Spotify from a different artist. I'm like, if I removed it from the one, what makes you think I want to hear it from the other? Like, they really want that song getting some playtime for some reason. Alright, now let's see. I know we have a little bit of our brown showing through. Question is, how much of that brown do I want to risk peeking through? The bottom here. Alright, so if I just clean this guy up a little bit more. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go with that and see how we do. Alright. I don't think I can get it any... Shit. Well, that's a problem. Alright, that's gonna have to do it, so... Alright. Let's get our glue. Plopped on in here. Probably gonna need a bit more glue than this. Like, I don't want it like running everywhere in there, but I do feel like we need a bit more. Oh gosh, what's going on here? Why are you all clogged all of a sudden? Like, you shouldn't be. But it's gonna be difficult. That's okay. Sometimes we just need to help it along. You know, before the rest of it dries. The rest of it is quickly drying. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we've got that guy popped into there. Rinse the glue out of this. I think that's pretty much good to go. All right. Now. All right. I'm like, oh, I'm done with that. No, I'm not done with that. Silly me. I don't need a whole lot more. But I do need a little bit. Okay. Now we need to... Oh, okay. That won't go further forward anymore. All right. So now we need to make the rest of our frame here. Okay. This guy. This guy's a little thick. So I might have a tiny bit of the brown fluff. Or the brown felt. Poking through on that one. Okay, so okay. So get that pretty much cut on that line. And then on that one. Okay, so this guy, in theory, should be about the same. Okay. I didn't get that cut quite straight, but it's probably gonna have to do. Alright, so get glue brush here. And we'll get this edge. Glued up here. As best as we can. Okay, so I won't really be able to do the hot glue on this edge. Like, not really. So, let's see, what side had the pencil on it? Okay, this guy's just gonna be fussy about sticking. I might be able to do something in there. But then again, maybe not. Fuzz, where are you coming from? I'm from over there. Okay. So there's the top edge. Alright. So I should have made this just a little bit longer, I think. I mean, it's a little late for that now, but handmade things are gonna have some minor flaws to them. At least when I make them. They're gonna have some Nisey things going on with them. Okay. You rinse that. Okay. So this guy need to get lined up on that edge as best as we can. All right. So we've got two more sides here that we need to get sorted here. So see how that piece is gonna work out here. Try to do it gentle, so doesn't go flying too far. Alright, so that's not so bad. That side is gonna be a little tough though, because that one did raise up a bit higher than anticipated. But let's see what we can do with that. So we're going to lose a little bit of our tree here. And actually, I'm going to take this piece and because this side is raised up, I'm just going to hit that with a little bit of the tacky glue itself. And let's see, can I get that guy in there? Alright, that's just gonna have to kind of help hold him in place for a minute. Hopefully I can get that off of there before that decides to become attached. Alright, so this side. That might be a little bit short. So if I put you about there-ish. Alright. So I'm gonna cut on this line here. And that line there. Yeah, this frame didn't come out as good as the other one, but it's not terrible. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take a little bit more of our glue and run down the edge here. So it's got something to kind of grip to. And then this guy on this side, I'm not going to do much. Like, it doesn't need much. It just needs a little tiny bit. Alright, I'm gonna rinse that real quick because I really don't want that drying in there. Alright. All kinds of glue and stuff all over that. Alright, let me see. Can I pop this guy off of here? On that corner. Oh, he kind of slid a bit further than I wanted him to. Kind of using these guys as some clampy clamps. Sometimes they work. Sometimes my fingers refuse to cooperate to get them to work. Alright, so this one, this side kind of didn't want to cooperate fully, but this side's also a lot thicker. So I'm not terribly shocked on that one. Alright, we need, actually, we need this little guy here. I need to touch up a few corners here. I think I'm in frame. Just a few end pieces here. It just look like they need a little extra touch up. Nothing major. I do wish that side had been a little bit more cooperative, but what can you do? Just kind of gotta roll with it early. Alright, just get this edge. Alright, so I've got a little bit of gluey bits on the back. Not too bad in there. My little clampy guys didn't have to sit there too long, just enough for it to grab a hold. Alrighty. And then the only thing we really have left to do is to add our magnet guys to the back. Alright, let me unplug that because I don't need that anymore. Get my glue out here. And our little magnety friends here. If I can get them to let go of each other. They're like fighting being next to each other there. That was weird. Alright. Do I need to mute real quick?
Not yet.
Okay, because I'm pulling the super glue out. I'm pulling the super glue out, so I won't be able to let go of it real quick. Alright. So one drop there. And one drop there. Okay. That guy's gonna get popped into there. Okay, let me get my two little sticky guys here. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Alright. So to hold that for like 45 seconds. Let me put that in the trash. Okay. I can't really flip this guy over and lay him down yet, but that one didn't come out too bad. The frame could be a little better. I got a little off on my cutting there, but you know what? It's not bad. It's workable. We can do that. So that one's done. Next Tuesday, we'll start another new one. Let me flip him back over for a second. What is next week's? Let's see. What is the next one? Winding Stream. Alright. Well, let me just kind of pull that up. So that one is pretty basic, actually. That is pretty basic. So that one we should be able to do without too much trouble. It's those stupid pine trees again, which might cause some problems. So we might have to improvise like we did today. But I think we can manage to pull that one off. I think, possibly. But we'll figure that out. That'll be a matter for next week, Nisey. So here we go. All done with magnet number 2. And I hope you guys enjoyed. And I'll have to get some photos taken of this later today. And I'll post them up in the places in case some people missed the live stream, but we'll get those posted up in a little bit. And we will be back tomorrow with Planet Zoo. So we'll be finally working on our playground tomorrow, I believe. So I will see everybody for that. I hope you all have a good evening. Don't forget to follow the socially links down below. That'll take you to the Ko-fi, the Instagram. That might be... Is that glue? I don't know. that will take you to the other places. And I will see you tomorrow. So until next time, everybody, have a good one.